Hey, good afternoon, good evening. We'll call this meeting to order at 4:34 p.m. Today is Tuesday, May 12th, 2026, and this is the Board of Education meeting of the Escondido Union High School District. We will establish a quorum. Board Member Weller.
Here.
Board Member Durney.
Here.
Board Member Vincent.
Here.
Board Member Williams.
Present.
And myself, Board Member Knight, present. This meeting is being webcast live and recorded. The recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. And this evening on our closed session agenda, we have items 1 through 6 on our closed session agenda. Do we have any public comment on items 1 through 6 closed session? Hearing none, we will adjourn to closed session and return back here in this room at 6 p.m. for our regular session with a performance beginning at 6 p.m. See you then.
You want me to? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the Board of Trustees. Before we initiate tonight's board meeting, we have a special treat for everyone. The mariachi students from San Pasqual High School are here under the leadership of Jen Rasmussen, and they're going to perform for us.
I just want to say a little something about our group. This is our second year. About half, a little more than half, have never touched an instrument before this year. And we have a lot of help and leadership and a lot of time spending to build our confidence, to be in front of others. And the singing is the first time we've ever done that tonight. So we hope you guys enjoy it.
Por eso, grandes amores, de muchos colores, me gustan para mí. Y por eso, grandes amores, de muchos colores, me gustan para mí.
Wonderful job, everyone. Thank you. Can we give them another round of applause, please?
I can't believe they've been doing this for a year. Impressive.
Thank you to Professora. Thank you very much.
Dr. Casas, great job. I think you enjoyed it more than anybody. It brought back childhood memories for me, for sure. So proud of you.
Okay, at this time, we will reconvene our regular session of the Board of Education for the Escondido Union High School District at 6:09 p.m. Today is May 12th, 2026. And we established a quorum in our prior to closed session. So we, at this time, will also welcome our two student board members, Nathan Bersamina and Hannah Ibrahim. Welcome. And it's their last meeting. So let's see. Okay. At this time, I'll introduce our interpreter. There will be a Spanish interpreter for this meeting. Meeting attendees who would like to listen to the Spanish interpretation of the proceedings, please pick up headphones from the table located in the back of the room. And this announcement will now be shared in Spanish. Por favor.
Buenas tardes, yo seré la intérprete de español de esta junta. Los asistentes que deseen escuchar la interpretación en español pueden utilizar los audífonos que se encuentran en la mesa ubicada atrás de la sala. Gracias.
And our meeting announcement that this meeting is being webcast live and recorded. The recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting tonight. And at this time, we would like to extend our welcome with our mission and vision. And we have always asked our student board members to do this portion, so I'll ask them to do it for the last time. Whoever wants to go first.
Our mission here at EUHSD is empowering every student to graduate prepared for college, career, and life through excellence and learning.
And our vision here at EUHSD is we relentlessly pursue with optimism and equitable support for all students to navigate a changing world by providing rigorous and relentless learning experiences that strengthen our capacity as open-minded and invested collaborators, effective and thoughtful communicators, and resourceful and creative problem solvers, curious and analytical thinkers, and informed and compassionate community members.
Thank you both very much. At this time, we'll be led in our Pledge of Allegiance by Board Member Durney.
Sure, everyone, please rise. And begin. Pledge allegiance
To the flag, the United States of America, Republic, which stands a nation for God, indivisible, liberty and justice. Next on our agenda is our report of action that was taken in closed session, and that will be by Board Member Williams.
In closed session on motion of Board Member Williams, second by Board Member Durney, the Board of Education voted to approve physical education waivers case numbers 721 through 735 for the 2025-26 school year by a 5 yay, 0 nay, 0 absent, and 0 abstain vote. On motion of Board Member Weller, seconded by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve graduation waivers case numbers 80 to 84 for the 2025-26 school year by a 5 yay, 0 nay, 0 absent, and 0 abstain vote. That is the report from closed session today.
Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda, C7, is to approve the board meeting minutes from our April 21st, 2026 board meeting. And I'll need a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. And then we will also approve the special board meeting minutes of our May 1st board meeting. Was May 1st, 2026. I'll need a motion for that.
I move to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. And student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
And board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And item 9 is one more set of minutes. That's the board workshop minutes from last Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. I'll need a motion to approve those.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
And board members?
Aye.
Thank you. That brings us to item 10, which is to approve tonight's agenda with any additions, deletions, or corrections.
There are none.
None, so it'd be approving tonight's agenda as posted.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And item 11 in this section, section 6, is to approve our consent calendar. And the consent calendar are items on the agenda that are marked with an asterisk, and all matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and sufficiently supported by accompanying reference materials as not to require additional discussion. So we vote on all of those items on consent at one time. Tonight, the items on consent under educational services, we have item G1, human resources, H1 and H2. And under business services, I1 through I7 are all on consent this evening. Any board members wish to pull anything off of consent? No? Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as posted?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. This is bringing us to section D from on our agenda tonight, which is our recognition and reports. And first up on our recognition this evening is recognition of our inspirational student for the month of May. And we have our principal from at San Pasqual High School here this evening, Mr. Corey Gregory. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed members of the board, our cabinet, and guests. I am Corey Gregory, principal of San Pasqual High. I'd like to thank each of you for the opportunity this evening to recognize an awesome student and amazing human being who represents the best of San Pasqual High School, Joseph Park. Thank you, Joseph, for representing the very best of San Pasqual High School and for inspiring others around you to be their best. At this time, I would like to introduce our San Pasqual High School social worker and author, Geraldine O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Good evening. It is truly an honor to recognize Joseph Park as our inspirational student of San Pasqual High School. Thank you to the board and cabinet for the opportunity to speak and to Joey for his permission to share some of his story with you this evening. While many students face challenges, some carry burdens we may never fully see. For Joseph, these burdens include a childhood marked by violence and loss. However, what stands out is not just what he has endured, but how he has chosen to rise again and again with resilience, integrity, and purpose. Academically, Joey has challenged himself consistently, now enrolled in multiple AP courses. Beyond the classroom, he is an active leader on campus through Link Crew, showing up for others with empathy and authenticity. He also maintains strong, positive relationships with his parents, who have been an important source of support in his journey. Perhaps most inspiring is his commitment to mental health advocacy. He leads by example, seeking support when needed and working to break down stigma so others feel less alone. It is a privilege to support him in my role. His story is one of strength, growth, and hope, and I look forward to seeing what he will continue to achieve. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joseph Park, and I would like to first start by showing my appreciation for my wonderful school and my special thanks to Mr. Gregory and especially to Ms. O'Sullivan for recognizing me in the first place. I'm 17 years old, and my life has already been very eventful, to say the least. I was born in Orange County as the youngest of 4 siblings. My 3 sisters, Chelsea, Caitlin, Romy, and my brother Alex, all have a similar story to mine. My biggest challenge was that my biological father, Joseph Park Sr., was a person who did more bad than good. First memories I have are screaming, fighting, and hiding. This continued from when I was a baby to when he committed suicide in 2021. There were good times, sure, but there are definitely bad times, where physical and mental abuse were present almost daily. I asked myself, how could I let this happen? How could he do this? And what right did he have after doing the things he did? The truth is, he had no right. The truth is, he was gone. While I could have continued my life following his lead, what right do I have? That experience showed me that I needed to be better. Navigating this time as a 12-year-old was difficult to say the least. I had never felt lost this close to me, and I started skipping school almost every day. But eventually, everyone gets caught. I stopped dwelling on everything that had gone wrong and decided that I had to grow up. I realized that even though I was in a hole that I couldn't see out of, I had taken the shovel with me, and the walls around me that seemed so hard and packed tight started to crumble as I chipped away at them. I started to try more in school. I didn't do well, but I was trying. Now, 5 years later, I am strong, I'm dedicated, and I am loving. That is something that I had to learn all over again. Trust and to listen to people. I finished my first semester as a junior with a 3.3 GPA and plan on going to trade school after high school to become a welder. I'm excited about waking up and seeing what the day will bring, but most importantly, what my future will bring. I'm still overcoming the struggle. Now that hole that I couldn't see out of now presents itself as a hole I can't see the bottom of. And if the 12-year-old boy can do it, so can you. So if you are lonely, be lonely with those who love you. You have to be strong enough to love. Thank you. No. No, that's it. That's good. I got that one. My first time, sorry.
Okay, that was your first time public speaking?
Mhm.
Wow. Oh, okay, I was going to say that's really impressive. So I know you want to be a welder, you mentioned that, but you seem to be a really good writer too. So stick with that. You had a way of very poetically telling your story and inspiring others. You're not just a survivor, but I see you thriving already and starting to show others that there's that hope, and that you can survive anything, and then show others how to lead by that. So you're an incredible inspirational student in our district, and we're very proud of. We have a lot of recognition here from multiple people, beginning with our California legislature. So we have a certificate of recognition from our Assemblywoman Darshana Patel. So there's that one for you. We also have a certificate of commendation from Supervisor Jim Desmond's office. You can hang all of these on your wall proudly.
Going on the fridge.
Yeah. This one, certificate of recognition from our mayor, Dane White, here in Escondido. And lastly, this is on behalf of my fellow colleagues and the entire Board of Education of the Escondido Union High School District. So to Joseph Park on May 12th, 2026, in recognition of your outstanding accomplishments and all that you will achieve from today on. So congratulations to you, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Okay, next on our agenda is our student and staff recognition, and this is presented by our superintendent, John Peterson.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin with some student recognitions from Del Lago Academy. Congratulations to DLA students Austin Spangler and Caitlin Talbot for being recognized with a $1,000 college scholarship from the Rotary Club of Escondido. Austin was also chosen to receive the Von North Science Award, for which he received an additional $1,000 scholarship. At Orange Glen High School, student Noemi Melchor is an honorable mention winner in the Walsworth Publishing Company National Photography Competition. Her photo was selected in the Yearbook Life category, showing behind the scenes of what yearbook staff does. More than 10,000 pictures were submitted from students ranging from middle school to college. Tampa High School, congratulations to our SP DECA business students who qualified and competed at the international competition in Atlanta, Georgia last week. They attended business and leadership conferences and competed against the top students in the country. They were able to get a private tour of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta and toured Georgia Tech University while in town. Congratulations to students Rachel Hodgson, Cora Thistle, Ariana Mercado, Salvador Lopez, Diana Alcina Gomez, and Josephine Rogalski. Moving on to staff recognitions, at Orange Glen High School, OG teacher Lily Martinez was selected to receive the SELPA's Excellence in Special Education Award. She was chosen as an awardee for our district and will be recognized at the award ceremony on May 18th. And at Sampasquah High School, retiring teacher and longtime SP football coach Tony Corley will be honored at the California Interscholastic Federation San Diego section annual luncheon on May 15th. He will be formally recognized as a 2025-26 CIF SDS Lifetime Pass recipient. His achievements will be highlighted during the ceremony. And at Valley High School, Valley was named a 2026 California Model Continuation High School. Valley was recognized by the California Department of Education and the California Continuation Education Association Plus. Valley's unwavering commitment to learning for all, whatever it takes, was key to their recognition. Thank you, Grizzlies, for being awesome. And finally, I'd like to end my recognition by congratulating the Super Nerds first robotics team from Sampasquah High School. They had an amazing showing this year at the World Championship in Houston, ranking 7 of 75 in their division and ranking 80 of 3,750 worldwide, putting them in the top 2%. They also ranked 12 in all of California, and I'm going to yield 2 minutes of my time to Eli Uva, the club advisor, to tell you a little more about their achievement.
On.
All right, hello, this is better? All right, so I'm Eli Uva, I'm the head coach of the Super Nerds. I'm an alumni myself, and I've been with the program for 10 years, 4 as a student, 6 as a coach. So I work as a mechanical engineer by trade, but all these students, these are the ones who really are the inspiring ones. They're the ones putting in the work, building these robots, spending all these hours after school, and really, you know, also building up themselves. So we had a great season. Yeah. Yeah, so we mentioned it earlier, we had a great season this year. We did very good at our 2 district events, qualifying us for the state championship. From there, we qualified for the world championship, and this is the best season we've had to date. Last year was our previous best year, so hopefully stay in this upward trend. And I gotta say, these students blow me away every day. I'm a general manager at at an engineering company, and these guys are the ones that I think I would trust with the project. So it's really cool to be here, and very great students we have this year. So thank you. 75% are freshmen. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, and congratulations to the super nerds. We're glad you could be here this evening, and we're very proud of you. Keep up the good work. We'll see you next year.
Superintendent, I'm putting in a request for t-shirts, please. I would love to wear one of those.
Next on our agenda is our student board member reports, and so I'll let you two pick who goes first tonight.
You can go first.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Good evening, board members and our community. This is my last board member meeting. Yes, I know. Me and Nathan are very sad, but I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to represent not only Orange Glen, but students across our district. It has truly been an honor, and I'm very grateful for this experience and all the lessons that I've learned through this role. This month, I'd like to update what's happening at Valley High School. Students and families are participating in student progress meetings on May 5th and another scheduled today, May 12th. Students are also partnered with the San Diego Food Bank Pantry, and they're supporting local families. Students are attending mental health workshops. We're attending mental health workshop on May 6th and showed school spirit by during the flag football game against Trade Tech. Students are preparing for award nights on May 13th and a Rotary after 5 scholarship interviews that happened on May 8th. At Delago Academy, athletics and school spirits have been continuing throughout the year. Girls lacrosse celebrated their senior night on April 23rd. Boys volleyball celebrated their senior night on April 27th, and boys lacrosse with their senior night tomorrow. At Orange Glen High School, students have been very active these past few weeks, with senior thank you videos taking place between April and May, and the school hosted a blood drive on April 29th. Students also participated in the Spirit Week and the final rally of the year on May 1st with a theme, Blueberry versus Strawberry. I know, very interesting. And we also included the traditional passing of the torch, where the incoming senior class president go ahead and hand the torch to the new incoming senior president and to celebrate them as they come into this new leadership. And we had our spring showcase on May 7th, which was amazing. Oh my gosh, they did really great this year. And I'd like to give a special shout out to Orange Glen's drama team for creating the production, The Play That Goes Wrong. It was really great. As I give my final student report, I just want to thank everyone once again for allowing me to serve this role. And I'm very proud, of this establishment, and I'm very proud of Nathan too for being a really great partner. So thank you guys.
Good evening, Board of EUHSD and everyone else who is able to show up tonight. I'm Nathan Bersamina, and it is my pleasure to report on some of the major events from the previous month within our district. Tonight, I'm here to report on Escondido High School, San Pascual High School, and Escondido Adult School one last time. At Escondido Adult School, the Cougars are looking forward to wrapping up the year. As we say goodbye to our seniors, EHS will host a senior awards night on May 21st in honor of the class of 2026, presenting scholarships and awards from the National Honor Society, the California Scholarship Federation, and other sponsors invited to the event. AVID, our college preparation program, will also host an award night for seniors, celebrating the work they've completed over the past 4 years of their high school career and where they plan to head after graduation. Seniors are now also looking forward to our annual Chalking the E tradition, visiting a nearby mountain and replenishing our landmark. Yeah, yes, everyone's welcome. The chalk is really heavy. At San Pascual High School, the Eagles have continued to rally on their sports teams till the finish line. Eagles held a student section nest for their volleyball team on April 30th, their softball team on May 5th, and their baseball team on May 6th. The San Pascual baseball team partnered with Jersey Mike's on the night of May 6th to help raise funds for new equipment, uniforms, and ball necessities. Sorry. Students are now preparing for prom on May 16th with a scavenger hunt for a free tuxedo. The Buenas Noticias newsletter is now going digital to make the latest events more accessible to Spanish-speaking students. At the Escondido Adult School, classes are continuing for those preparing to enter the nursing field and can be completed through courses offered from May 4th to July 17th. This concludes my final report on Escondido High, San Pascual High, and the Escondido Adult School. It's been an honor and a really great opportunity for me. Moving on to college, I'm majoring in political science, so this was probably one of the best lessons I could have ever learned as an incoming political science student. I want to thank you guys so much for the opportunity of showing me what democracy looks like and what a bunch of paperwork looks like and what a bunch of long nights look like. So thank you for the experience. I truly, really appreciate it. This was kind of my step into adulthood. I came here on my 18th birthday, honestly, probably the best way to enter into my adulthood. And I wish the best of luck to our community and this establishment in all of their future endeavors. And I am so proud of me and Hannah's work.
We're gonna miss you two guys. You've been the most entertaining I've ever seen. You make these moments so special. I really enjoyed you guys.
Thank you.
Be back.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll use this again so everybody at home can hear. Well, we're really proud of you. You both represented our district so nicely, and we're so gracious with your reports every month and sharing everything going on across the district. And I have an affinity because it was a long time ago, but I was a student board member many, many, many years ago, and the plaque has not changed very much. Actually, I think it is the exact same plaque. But this is presented to student board member Nathan Bersamina for outstanding leadership and dedication to the Escondido Union High School District for the 2025-2026 school year. Congratulations. Well, thank you both for your public service, because this is your, your first experience in being a public servant. And so I present the same plaque to you, presented to student board member Hannah Ibrahim for outstanding leadership and dedication to the Escondido Union High School District for the 2025-2026 school year. Congratulations. Thank you. Picture time. All right. So at this time, we're in a recognition phase and really proud to recognize at this time our employees of the year. And so I am going to hand it over to our superintendent, John Peterson, for the formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. It is an honor to recognize our employees of the year at this meeting. And so I would like to invite Principal Jason Jacobs at this time to please come forward and present our District Teacher of the Year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peterson. It's truly an honor for me to stand up here and honor the District Teacher of the Year. Heather Weiner, I mean, it says it up here. I don't think I would say it like this, but what I will say is Heather embodies loyal, strong, and true at EHS. Loyal is committed to working well with others. Strong is committed to community, and true is high expectations and personal responsibility. And I can't think of an adult on our campus that embodies all those things. Heather is From back to school night to graduation, she's the engine that kind of runs Escondido. She supports all of our students. She supported both of these students sitting up here today. Hannah transferred, unfortunately, but she for an opportunity, right? Yeah. And just what Heather does for our students goes above and beyond. She's the chief negotiator when it comes to prom and homecoming. And she just gets the best price for our students and the best experience. She hustles and does the thing at sea. Our prom was at SeaWorld, and she made sure they got a roller coaster, the arcade, the whatever else that was there. And it's all for the kids of Escondido. There's not one person on our campus that drives so hard for the success and the experience of an Escondido Cougar. And I'm proud to be able to present you guys that, Escondido is about time that we put her up as the Escondido High School Teacher of the Year. And we're so very honored that she is the District Teacher of the Year, Heather Weiner.
Thank you. No, I was really excited when they came into my classroom, mostly because we could bring something home for the Cougars. So that was kind of fun. And then I'm really excited that both students, I was able to have both of our student board members in ASB. So that was a really special experience for me. And it's great to see you up here.
Another plaque, very similar, but we're very proud to present this District Certificated Employee of the Year for 2026. And also in here is a check that I think will make you happy. So that's the exciting part. I'm sure we're going to go.
We would also like to recognize our district-wide classified employee of the year. For that, I would like to invite up Principal Jose Espinosa from Valley High School.
Good evening, Superintendent Peterson, President King, board members, and distinguished guests. It is my honor to introduce an Escondido High School graduate and former Valley High School student as this year's Valley High School and Escondido Union High School District Classified Employee of the Year, Celeste Vera. In every school, there are individuals whose dedication, compassion, and professionalism quietly makes a difference each and every day. Celeste is one of those extraordinary individuals. Whether assisting students or supporting VHS staff, her commitment to Valley ensures that daily operations run smoothly. But Celeste does more than that. She is an integral part of a support system that many of our students count on. She is always available to students in need and at times serves as the one person they feel comfortable reaching out to. And I thank her for that. This is one of the many examples of how Celeste goes above and beyond for the students and staff at Valley. She exemplifies excellence in service and the best of Valley and the Escondido Union High School District. Her work may often happen behind the scenes, but its impact is seen and felt throughout Valley. Tonight, we proudly recognize Celeste and her outstanding contributions and thank her for her dedication and heart she brings to the school and to the district every day. Please join me in congratulating Celeste one more time. Now I'd like to invite Celeste to the podium to say a few words. Yes.
I had to write a little note because I'm not a public speaker. I'm truly honored and humbled to receive this award. I want to express my gratitude to each of you for this recognition. I couldn't have achieved this without the encouragement and support of my husband and my family, my colleagues over the years. I do what I do because I love it. I'm passionate about working with our students and the families and the communities that we serve. So thank you.
And at this time, the board also recognizes the following certificated and classified employees. These outstanding staff members were nominated by their school site for consideration as District Employee of the Year and were the winners for their respective schools. So on our first certificated side, for Del Lago Academy, Sherry Erickson. For Escondido Adult School, Sarah Avina. Orange Glen High School, Jessica Young. San Pasqual High School, Daniel Peralt. And Valley High School, Ritu Jagir, excuse me. And for our classified side, for the District Service Center, Robert Crawford. For Del Lago Academy, Rosario Soltero. For Escondido Adult School, Blanca Rojas. For Escondido High School, Kristen Kramer. For Orange Glen High School, Valentine Gonzalez. And for San Pasqual High School, Patricia Samp. So congratulations to all of our employees of the year. That brings us to our public comment portion of the meeting. And item E1 is our report from the California School Employees Association, Escondido Chapter 219. Do I have someone from CSEA here to present that? Okay, Juan, welcome to the mic.
Gotta say that 3 times fast. Just kidding. First, congratulations to all the employees of the year. There's so much positivity at the beginning of this meeting. I hope we can continue it. Good evening, board members, cabinet. Over the past few weeks, CSEA has been reviewing the district proposed layoffs and the information provided through the requested information process. While we acknowledge that the district has rescinded 2 positions, including the translator interpreter and the maintenance technician, CSEA remains opposed to the remaining layoffs due to their significant impacts on students, staff, and operations. One position was rescinded actually due to a procedural issue, highlights the need for closer review and a more deliberate process before further disruption occurs. The district's justification for lack of work is not supported by its own data. Had it not been for a procedural error, the maintenance technician position would still be slated for elimination. Records show sustained demand in maintenance, including nearly 190 substitute hours worked in February alone, far exceeding a full-time workload. This reflects an ongoing need, not excess staffing. Similar concerns exist with the print services technician position as well. The print shop generated over $24,000 in revenue this year while serving schools and community partners, including churches and other organizations that support a lot of the work we do here, and eliminating a position tied to active demand and revenue generation is not a sustainable approach. At the same time, these layoffs are projected to save about $1.3 million, while the district maintains approximately $36 million in reserves and over a $10 million budget for books and supplies. Public records show spending on books and supplies has not exceeded over $7.5 million annually over the past 3 years. Many employees have also retired through the SRP program, creating additional savings through lower cost replacements or unfilled positions. I believe that was actually brought up at the budget meeting as well. Finally, several of these proposed reductions conflict with the district's own recent presentations to the board. At the May 5th board workshop, district leadership emphasized that students and families continue to identify counseling access, wellness support, family communication, translation services, and safe school environments as top priorities. The district also highlighted the importance of expanding tutoring, CTE pathways, real-world learning opportunities, and student engagement support. Yet many of the positions slated to be eliminated are the very positions that help make those priorities possible. The district has identified counseling access as a long-standing and universal student need, while simultaneously reducing counseling office support staff. The district has emphasized maintaining clean and safe campuses while proposing reductions to custodial and maintenance staffing. The district has promoted hands-on learning, deeper learning opportunities, while reducing classroom and instructional support positions that help sustain those programs. And while the district has celebrated improved student outcomes and academic growth over the past 4 years, it is also arguing that there is now insufficient work to maintain many of the support staff positions that help contribute to those improvements in the first place. These contradictions are difficult to ignore. The work still exists. The need of our students and schools still exist. These reductions impact the very employees who keep our schools functioning every day, employees who support student health services, counseling offices, special education services, campus operations, payroll, purchasing, and family access. And these cuts are being proposed at a time when student needs have not fully recovered. Data from the California Healthy Kids Survey continues to show ongoing concerns related to student well-being and school connectedness following the pandemic. Some of the proposed staffing changes also move critical services further away from school sites and students. For example, shifting technology support to centralized roving teams may increase response times and reduce direct site level support when immediate issues arise. Eliminating health office and bilingual support positions also creates additional barriers for students and families who rely on those services every day. CSEA believes budget reductions should begin at the top. No new management or confidential positions should be approved by the board at this time, while frontline classified who directly support students remain at risk. CSEA has also made every effort throughout this process to share the information received through the RFI process with the governing board so that these decisions are made with as much complete and accurate data as possible. We understand these are difficult decisions, and we hope the information provided has helped give a clearer picture of operational realities, student needs, and alternatives that exist. Ultimately, we hope the board will stand with students, staff, and the broader community as these decisions move forward. Instead of continuing down a path of layoffs, we urge the district to take a proactive, collaborative approach to identify alternative cost-saving solutions. One example, in lieu of layoffs, we are asking maybe the board to support the formation of a joint committee made up of district representatives and CSEA, similar to the collaboration process used during the 2010-2011 school year to identify solutions that minimize harm to students and employees. We are asking the board to continue that work before more students, more families are impacted. Thank you.
One. Next, we have a report from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association. Do I have anyone here this evening to report on from ESTA? I do not see anyone. So next we will go to comments from the public. Okay, so I do have six public speaker cards, and for background, each person is allotted 3 minutes to speak, and we ask that you keep your comments within that 3-minute time frame. And I will call them in order, beginning with April Branch, followed by Davidson Curtis, followed by Marissa Glasser. Welcome, April. Yeah.
Good evening, distinguished board members. I've worked in this district for 12 years, 13 if you include my student teaching, and I've felt at home here since the moment I found out I was a Patriot. This summer, I ran into a former student working at the San Diego Zoo. She was finishing her degree in microbiology at EUHSD, and she said my freshman biology class influenced her decision to pursue science as a major. The people around me in line asked where I worked, and I proudly told them EUHSD. In this role, I have had the opportunity to support teachers across our district, and through them, impact the learning of hundreds of students. When teachers tell me their students are thriving because of what we've developed, it gives me the same sense of pride as hearing from that former student at the zoo. The curriculum you have reviewed during these past meetings is already making an impact, but the curriculum work does not end once documents are board approved. Successful implementation requires a bridge of ongoing support, trust, and follow-through between teachers and the district. This role is that bridge between district vision and classroom implementation. Next year, the district and more than 50 English teachers will undertake the revision of all 4 levels of English curriculum. Next year, updates to CTE standards will continue to roll out, making portions of our current curriculum outdated. And in the coming years, your vision for CTE pathway integration and possible 4x4 schedule redesigns will, I hope, become a reality that teachers will need support navigating and implementing. All of these initiatives require curriculum development and ongoing implementation support. So I respectfully ask, with all of these curriculum-based initiatives ahead of us, why eliminate the bridge between teachers and the district? I'm here tonight for 3 reasons. First, to show my sons that branches don't give up. Second, to do everything I can to save the amazing Orange Glen teacher who will be let go if I return to the classroom. And finally, to ask you to reconsider eliminating the curriculum TOSA position and all CSEA positions being cut tonight. Please allow me to continue this work in support of our teachers, in service of our students, and in commitment to this district that I care so deeply about. Our family will continue to eagerly listen from the car as it is well past bedtime and we have an hour commute. I thank you for your time.
Next up, I have Davidson Curtis.
Good evening, board members, district leadership, and all other district stakeholders. My name is Davidson Curtis, and I'm speaking only briefly tonight to acknowledge the care and follow-through demonstrated by the district's decision to reinstate the position of district interpreter for the coming school year. I and many others advocated for this, and while the loss of several other classified positions remains and represents work still to be done, I'll leave those issues to others with more firsthand knowledge. I'm not opposing CSEA, ESTA, or any other speakers tonight. there remain very important problems to solve. But for my piece, I think it's worth pointing out the good that was done between last session and now. It would have been so easy to stick with the resolution from back in March as written, to simply weather your way through these public addresses before doing what was already planned. It would have been so easy to say, we want to do this and that, but our hands are tied. This comes down from the state. Instead, you listened. You let us know you listened, and you followed through. The decision took a special meeting to accomplish, and considering the initial proposal was made in response to a state mandate, I'm sure it took some figuring to make it work. The time, competence, and force of will on display here doesn't go unnoticed. So while I'll acknowledge once more for the sake of all else present that the work is far from done, is never done, I say we appreciate you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Davidson. Next, I have Marissa Glasser.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Glazer, and I proudly work in the Valley High School Health Office. I want to thank you all for opening the floor tonight to those of us who wish to speak. I don't know if my words will change your minds about letting go of the health office assistants at the comp sites, but I have to try. I don't speak here for the adults who won't be able to pay their mortgages in August. Instead, I speak on behalf of the children who didn't die because of us. Last Friday at San Pasqual High School, a 15-year-old boy didn't die. His nurse and health office assistant worked as a team to treat his allergic reaction and safely hand him off to the paramedics, who then took him. This boy's story has a happy ending. He went home alive. I understand that enrollment has recently decreased and that it is expected to continue to do so in the near future. How much will our enrollment decrease when our children don't go home alive? How many parents will take the gamble? Would you take the gamble? I could share more stories of students who did not die, but I probably don't need to. Getting rid of the health office assistants would make available to the district $130,224.04. That's the amount of the paycheck that the health office assistants at the comp sites took home in 2024, according to transparentcalifornia.com. I respect my coworkers too much to ask them what they took home last year. On good days, we are one half of a necessary team. And on the days when our nurses have life happen to them, where they're sick and they can't work or they're caring for their own ill children at home, all of the efforts that literally keep our children breathing are provided by the health office assistants. How many dollars is one child's life worth? Here in our district, there are 6,452 children enrolled. How many dollars are their lives worth? I beg you to consider that as you cast your vote. Thank you again for your time.
Treating that microphone out. The next three speakers I have, it looks like Ava Contreras, Sandra Milan, and Terry Rice.
Good evening, district members, Superintendent Peterson, school board members, and student board members. My name is Eva Contreras, and I've spoken before. I work for the Independent Study Program here at Escondido High School within our district. I would simply like to offer the perspective from the day-to-day reality of our site and the students we serve to provide the direct student support of the laboratory classroom, that the direct student support that our laboratory classroom assistant does. Independent study often supports students who benefit from flexibility, consistency, and individualized support in order to remain connected to their education, school, and progressing towards graduation. Many of these students are balancing challenges outside of academics, and for them, small moments of support can make a significant difference. Laboratory classroom assistant helps provide that consistency. While teachers are conducting required meetings such as IEPs, 504s, and weekly check-ins while managing the unique needs of their student caseloads. This role helps ensure students still have someone available to guide them, answer questions, and support them in the moment they need it. Looking ahead, our site is already preparing for a significant transition. Both the independent study coordinator and primary teacher will be retiring at the end of the school year, taking with them the institutional knowledge and experience supporting this program and its students. New staff stepping into these roles will be learning the system, compliance requirements, and unique needs of independent study students while managing full caseloads. During a transition like this, maintaining strong operational and student support becomes especially important. Removing this position would mean removing a layer of consistency and direct support during a time when students, families, and new staff will need it most. Independent study funding is directly tied to student engagement, attendance, and completed work. It's not like your typical traditional schedule where attendance is based off of presence of a student in the classroom. A student can work from home, not be physically at school, and still gain attendance based off of how they're working. I'd like for you to imagine a teenager at home in front of a computer and who's expected to work 5-6 hours a day. They need reminders, even the best students do, or the more established students with structure who can work independently. This is a program that is designed for both students who are able to work independently as well as students who need that support. Our district emphasizes supporting organizational alignment that maximizes the student academic success. As you consider this decision tonight, I ask that you reflect on what structure will best support the stability, flexibility, and connection our students and families rely on moving forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sandra? Don't see Sandra coming forward. And then that would bring me to Terry Rice. Terry.
Hi again, board members and school administrators. I did ask to present on the screen, but I was told I was not able to do that, so I'm going to do my best to get through it just with the handout. I have one child who went, and I did send a lot of paperwork, 892 pages, I think, to you guys, so that you were aware of what transpired during my son's senior year at Orange Glen High School. I'm here because I know it's not just my kids that are dealing with the things that they have. Tonight, I've decided to speak about the systemic issue of delay. And idea reads, without unnecessary delay is the critical standard to ensure students receive timely evaluations, records, and services. From my point of view, this district is failing without repercussion. The next page that I have provided to you is talking about the types of delays that I've seen here. There is a timeline, and the expectation would be that it would be followed, and it is chronically not followed and disrespected. There's delays in responding to emails. There's delays in acknowledging receipt of parent letters, concerns, or complaints. There's delays in responding to requests for IEEs, delays in scheduling IEP meetings over and over again, delays in scheduling observations from outside providers, delays in completion of district evaluations, and I think 60 days is enough, but it never seems to happen. delays in providing assessment plans, delays in providing authorization to begin approved services, and delays in contracting or providing authorizations for IEEs and services. And unless you're a parent of a special needs student who has had to live with these delays when we're trying to follow the rule book of procedural safeguards that they hand to you over and over again at the IEP meetings, you might not know what I'm talking about. But those parents of special education students do. But I don't think that the line has been drawn clear enough. These delays set up a cascade of more delays, services are delayed. Everything is delayed for this child to get to where they need to be to access the support and services that they're entitled to, or even that are agreed. So of course, 3 minutes was not enough. And of course, this is not the only issue that I'm going to bring to you guys, because this is not just my kid. And being that I'm a former foster parent, I'm going to speak for those who don't and can't. And what I do want to bring you to is my very last page here.
Here, I need you to wrap it up.
It says things must change. And please do read that email that I sent to you. I think the complaint itself was 28 pages. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if Sandra Milan was back in the room at all. Sandra? No? Okay. That concludes the public comment speaker slips that I have for this portion of the meeting. I know many of you are here to speak on an item that will actually be happening later in the meeting. Thank you for those that have come down to speak and for everything you shared with the board. This time we'll continue moving forward with our agenda. The next section of our agenda is our presentation portion. And the first presentation we're having this evening is by Principal Jason Jacobs. He's presenting on our Escondido High School annual update. Thank you. Welcome.
All right, thank you. I get a clicker. Oh yeah, there it is. Right, I appreciate the privilege to be able to show what progress we've made since the last time I stood before you guys, giving some data about Escondido High School. I think it was October of 2024 when I last spoke to you guys about what was going on at Escondido High School. And here we go. So we'll go through these things here. And hopefully you have the presentations in front of you. Looking forward to the questions that you guys have. All right. So Escondido High School, I mentioned it earlier. What our vision is loyal, strong, and true. And committed to working well with others, committed to class and campus community, and committed to high academic standards and personal responsibility. This is something that we talk about and try to live through and live by through all aspects of what we do on campus. And then on the right-hand side is our mission. And those are all the things that we try to do to meet our vision. And we kind of update the right side every couple of years. A lot of it is classroom stuff. A lot of it is how we support kids. And so our school-wide learning outcomes, we just had our WASP mid-cycle, and this is what we want our students to be when they graduate from Escondido High School. We want them to be effective communicators, problem solvers, have civic responsibility, physical and emotional wellness, and personal responsibility. And you have a student board member here, 2 of them, that reflect these things that we try to achieve. And so that's just our goal when we get them in 9th grade. By the time they leave us as seniors, they're whatever they want to do, they can do this. Right. So our demographics, a lot of people have talked about declining enrollment. Escondido High School is definitely in that bracket of declining enrollment. And so this is our enrollment for, this was last school year. We don't have all the data for this school year. So at the end of 24-25, we had 1,656 students. And as you can see, we have more seniors than freshmen. And so that is why we're declining enrollment, right? Because by the time a lot of times you don't end up with the same amount of freshmen at the end of 4 years. It's just attrition. So that's where we're at. This is our current makeup and our student demographic. And as you can see, I'll just point out a couple of the demographics up top. We don't necessarily have to focus on the race and ethnicity, but as you can see, we have 25% English language learners on our campus. We have almost 85% socially, economically disadvantaged on our campus, and 20% of our students have IEPs at Escondido High School. And so those are large, comparatively, those are large numbers, but our students are doing very well and are very successful. We just have to work on a few things to continue to support them, and I'll talk about that later in this presentation. A through C rate. So in this year, our A through C rate in the end of the first semester, so 73% of our students had 73% of our grades were A through C, not 73% of our students. And then at the start of the second semester, it went down to 70%, but I believe that we are working really hard on campus to raise that percentage. And as you can see throughout the years, it's kind of stayed the same, where we're at around 70-ish% A through C rate. And we're just working through trying to figure that out. And one of the things is just making sure that students understand we have high expectations, getting their things in on time, and then also providing those supports needed to help them be successful.
Well, can I ask a quick question? So EHS A through C rates for this year, the second semester, it went from 73.7 to 70.6, correct? And that means that 30% are getting below C?
It's 30% of the grades issued. It's not necessarily 30% of the students, it's just 30% of the grades issued. So each student on average has 6 grades issued to them. So for instance, Nathan here could have all A's, right? And then we can have a student that has 3 A's, 2 B's, a C, and an F. So that F is whatever percentage of it that grade for that student. And so it's just 30% of the grades that are issued. So we could have students with a 3.0, but one of their grades is a D.
Well, the thing I do appreciate about the honesty here is that we hear a lot about grade inflation. This does not look like grade inflation, and that's what we want. We want an honest assessment. If kids need help, let's get them help. So I appreciate the honest assessment.
Right.
It seems to be consistent, the trend from the first 6 weeks, first semester, and if you go down to first 6 weeks of the second semester, there seems to be a trend that it does drop off consistently every year.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, like they're high school kids, right? And so I think just staying motivated throughout the year. For our schedule, the first semester is shorter than the second semester. A few more breaks in between, like we have the October break, we have Thanksgiving break, and then Christmas comes up. So it's a lot of things going on, the excitement of the start of the school year. It's the second semester where it's really, I remember being in the classroom as a teacher and you go like, oh, the second semester, and you get till about March or April and you're kind of like, okay, like how are we getting to June, right? And so I think, and the second semester is longer, and so you get a longer semester. You get kind of like they're coming off Christmas break, just trying to get them re-energized and motivated. And it they're high school kids. Even the best of the best get a little bit tired of coming to class
I don't
and
mean
doing
to
the
put
thing.
you on the spot.
No, that's the truth.
The second semester, they're doing good though. They
Like,
figured it out.
like
Yeah.
and they will finish strong. We'll get
Yeah.
past this. They're in AP testing right now, and from now until the end, we'll see kids start to ramp it back up to get the grades that they need to get.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, so this is actually something that we're actually really proud of, and something that we're working really hard. And first of all, I want to give a shout out, and I don't know if he's listening or not. Maybe I'll show him the recording tomorrow. Jeremy Kreft, our assistant principal, he's killing it when it comes to attendance and how he's trying to work with attendance, and also the EHS attendance team. He's leading that team, and it's increasing our ADA. I would like to also acknowledge a couple people in the crowd, Dr. Lepe Ramirez and Oscar Vera. They're part of that attendance team, and that's helped guide us to improve. I think it's called the RAISE Network, and it's just something that has started. And for us at EHS, we've consistently talked about we got to get kids in classrooms in order for them to be successful. And as you can see with this data right here, we're getting kids in the classrooms. The goal is 95%. We're not there yet. I was just told today we're at 93.6%. And this is old data, I guess. And so we're just trying to do what we can to support kids getting on campus, because we feel like being on our campus is the best place for them. And so we're getting closer.
You're getting there.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Okay, CCI rate. So this is the College and Career Index, and we're trending upward. And these charts that you're seeing here, they come from the WASC website. That's why I've used them, because we just used them for our WASC mid-cycle. And as you can see, from 22-23 to 24-25, it was a 15% increase, or 16%. And this is just kids showing that they are college ready, right? And so again, if you go back to our demographics of a high population of English language learners, a high population of students with IEPs, it shows that while obviously we aren't there, right? We want to get to 70, 80%. We are on the rise. And the things that we're doing on our campus is working. It just takes some time. It just takes time. Same with our CASP data. This was the first year science it gave us the scores. Math and ELA. Obviously, math, we talked about the last time I was up here. I do believe that your implementation of the third year requirement will help us tremendously. And so I believe that next year's 11th graders, our current sophomores, are going to really do well on the math side. We should get a jump. They're working really hard on campus. Our ELA, we only went up 1%, but if you look at 21-22 till now, it's a 14% increase for us. And we're going to continue to grow on the English language side with the strategies and the things that we're going to try to do next year. AP test scores. This is another measure of college and career readiness. And mind you, we are a district and a school site that if a kid wants to take an AP class, let's do it. And then Dr. Casas has every kid, he provides the test for every kid, so why not take it? And so 58 and 56% of our kids get 3+ on the AP test. This means they can get college credit if they go to the right college. And so just that opportunity to be able to take the AP test and then get a 3 and then do so well, again, we're moving in the right direction. 42% in 2021, 56% in 2025. And we increased how many kids actually took an AP class this last year. So the percentages might be a little bit lower, but it could be this kid tried to take an AP class for the first time, right? And that's okay, right? Even if they get a 2 on the test, that shows the want or the ability to try it, to test themselves. And then maybe if they're a sophomore, they'll take another AP class and they will become successful in that AP class, all the while trying to figure out what they want to do when they graduate from Escondido. Are they going to go to college? Are they going to straight to work, but they are going to apply themselves and try it out? That's what we try. Okay. This is our ELA Renaissance testing. You guys provide that. And what we have kids that come to us below grade level in reading, but we've shown significant growth in their reading levels and exponential. Like we have a lot of kids that go from, I don't know, 4th grade reading level to grade level, right? And it's just that persistence in what they're doing in class, what our teachers are doing in class. As you can see, our 11th grade students, which is the grade level that everyone likes to shine on because of the CAS testing, they have the biggest growth as far as their reading levels. And that's very important when you're trying to understand what's going on in the CAS test or a CAF math test, or just being a critical thinker, right? And so we're still working, we're still going, we're still getting there. It's a fast on-ramp when you go from 8th grade to 9th grade, and we're just trying to like get them on that on-ramp as fast as possible, get on that freeway. So in 4 years, they're ready to go. And we're getting closer, getting closer. This one's a little tough to read, but what the yellow and green, this was where I wanted to focus on, and blue, right? The red, we have a lot. That's below standard, and we're still working through this, but this is an interim assessment. So our math teachers take this, work through it, and try to continue to have our students grow. But we have shown that we've met standard or above standard in a lot of these things, and we just got to continue to grow. This interim assessment, the percentage is a little bit lower than our normal CAS percentage, but when they take the CAS, they're probably going to increase because they've had this experience of taking this interim assessment, understanding what the test looks like, understanding what is being asked of them, and going back and working anything that they don't really understand. Okay, that is the data portion of the presentation. Sort of. The rest is kind of some informational deals. Do you guys have any questions about the data? Right. So next up.
This might actually just be a quick question, whether it's for you or Dr. Casas. So when, by the way, really appreciate seeing the near standard. Is there a number on that near standard that it's like, hey, they're off by 10% or 3%? Is there a number for that?
You mean in the
CAS,
in the tiers that you're looking at the interim CAS scores?
Like like the
there is. We can send you that itemized.
Okay, just curious. Yeah, but I mean, I appreciate you guys being so granular on that.
Of course.
So at EHS, we were given the opportunity to explore possibly bringing a 4x4 bell schedule to our campus. And so ran with it from November. I met with the department chairs, did a staff interest assessment, parent presentation with copy of the principal. And then on March 30th and April 27th, I went to Oceanside High School with a team of teachers and the counselor. And one of my assistant principals went to Morse High School with a team of teachers and the counselor. And we got data back, learned what the 4x4 system is for those two particular high schools. And then today, during my department chair meeting, we discussed the data that was collected in those two meetings. And then they're going to go back and talk to their departments on Monday. And then we'll take another temperature check, which is May 18th. all the while, if this is truly going to happen, ESTA, the unions have to be involved in anything that happens. And if we're going to do this, then it's teacher training all next year with the goal of fall of 2027. Okay, I threw this one in here because we do have a future center on our site. First, I would like to shout out Desire Castro and Kelly Domich for all their work with Project Next, connecting with Project Next. This is the data of students served this year through Project Next, just some of the data. I have way more data that I will share with Dr. Casas and Mr. Peterson. But as you can see, 560 times the students went through and met with the Project Next coach about anything post high school. We had post-secondary planning, resume development, career exploration, financial aid, interviews, and workforce readiness. 334 of our students were reached through presentations by Project Next. 209 had Project Next classroom presentations. 196 students were engaged through the Future Center, and 200 students and families were connected through our 8th grade night activities. A stat I don't have on here, we had about 180 students who participated in mock interviews on campus, where they brought in actual industry people to interview our kids and teach them how to interview. And a lot of our kids got a lot out of that, just learning what to expect in an interview from several different industries out there in the community. And so we are very thankful to have this opportunity on our campus. It's going to continue to grow. I feel like many kids use and participate that space, and we're very thankful that it is at EHS.
I'd like to make a comment about the Future Center. I know this board was very proud of that partnership. I do want to take this opportunity to acknowledge to our CSCA partners in the room that is not the intention of this board to replace positions with the Future Center. We see this Future Center as an opportunity to help our employees bring in industry that we may not normally have access to, which will allow you to do your job even better. And so we're excited about this partnership, but please understand that this is to help you and to help our employees, rather than this being seen as something coming in to replace anyone or any position. So please understand that. And I speak for myself, but I know from what I've heard from other board members, we feel the same way on this. So that's all.
Okay, so this is just something that we've done over the last 5 years. This is our common commitments, and this is where we think we really grow as a campus. And you guys have seen these common commitments before; they haven't changed. And so this is just where we're at as a campus and what we're trying to do. And then focus for next year. We have it's not a lot. I mean, we already do Loyal, Strong, and True. We already do CR. We want to write across the campus again, which will help us do integrated ELD, which is a big thing for us, especially with our long-term English learners. We have a high population. And then really digging back into our math across the curriculum. We went into a little bit of low this year. We're going to go back to take another swing at it next year. But that's what I got.
Principal Jacobs, thank you very much. I know you didn't have a lot of questions today, but honestly, I feel like you did such a great job of presenting the data in a sense and presenting it in a simple way, keeping it succinct and keeping it self-explanatory that it made sense and it worked for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I always enjoy visiting you and the teachers and that when I come out. And I've got one more trip planned, and I'll talk a little bit more about the 4x4. I'm more interested in it, but I didn't want to bring it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda under F2 presentations is a discussion and possible creation of a board subcommittee on enrollment growth and innovation. And so I believe we do have a presentation. I'll
Yes.
turn this over to Superintendent Peterson.
Thank you. At the last regular board meeting on April 21st, board members requested that we agendize a discussion about the declining enrollment trend and exploring strategies to recruit and retain students. And there was some consideration for whether we should establish a temporary ad hoc board subcommittee to investigate the enrollment trends that we're facing and to consider whether there are any strategies that we can employ to recruit more students to our district. So this is at board member request to consider the establishment of a subcommittee. But to kick off the discussion, we do have a short presentation from our district demographer, MGT. And so we have a presentation to show you enrollment trends, enrollment, where we've been and where we're going, and to kick off your discussion on whether or not you want to establish a board subcommittee. So I'd like to invite MGT to present, and they are here virtually. So are you here?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Am I on? Okay. Thank you. My name is David Cates with MGT, formerly Davis Demographics. We combined with MGT about 4 years ago. We've been contracted with your district for many years, probably even over the last 10 years or so. I've been the project manager for the last 2 or 3 years, but I've been with the one form or another, the company for 34 years. So I oversee a lot of the work, and I've been very familiar with your forecasts that we've done, and I prepared a report that I think was sent to you, and I've got a brief PowerPoint presentation I'm going to go through with you, and then I'll open up to questions you might have. So I'm gonna, if I have the ability here, I'm gonna try to share my screen. Let's see here. Give me 1 second here. Share my screen. Oop. Hold on 1 sec here. Window. I think it's this one. Let me get this rolling. And
David, while you get that up, the board will send the much longer demographer report after the meeting, and the first meeting, if and when there's a subcommittee, perhaps that first meeting can be spent diving into the significantly longer report. But we'll send the report to the board after the meeting.
Fair enough. Thank you.
can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through this. All right, well, what we have been doing for all these years is we use a geographical information system, a GIS. We've been doing this for again, 34 plus years. We collect student data from our clients, and in your district's case, also your feeder districts. And we collect it, and we essentially take Excel files and convert them into student locations. So that I'll show you some of the snapshots here as we go. But we collect a new student file every October. Usually it's the first week of October. So we have your last October 25. A lot of this is based on that, but we also look at the previous 3 years. I'll show you that as well. We research your residential development, active and future, because we roll out typically a 7-year forecast. So there's a lot of projects that, you know, maybe haven't broken ground, but the city or county is aware of it. We research it. We have those, and we fold those units into our forecast as well. And then we look at, again, other demographic data specific to your area. I'll show you how we use that. We look at trends that have been going on. If things have been changing, we adjust the forecast. And then we all roll this into what we call a resident forecast. We break your district up into small neighborhoods. We run forecasts at that level, but we're able to look at it at a district-wide level or attendance zone level as well. So you get to look at what trends are going on in specific regions in your district. So this is our methodology that we've been using for these 30 plus years. It's kind of a three-pillared or pronged approach here. You see the birth factors on the left there. Not quite relevant to your district because you just have high schoolers, 9 through 12. But these birth factors, historical, and I'll share this with you as well, look at incoming kindergartners, or now TK as well. And those eventually hit your district. But that is part of our formula. We want to look at all the, not just your 9-12 kids, but your future 9th graders, 11th, 12th graders. So that's why we acquire your feeder district data and run forecasts on their numbers as well. The middle one, the mobility factors, that's where we look at your current and recent historical trends. So we'll look at this last October's data and the previous 3 Octobers, and we look at trends from one year to the next. So with those 4 years, we'll look at, let's say, 2022 data to 23, 23 to 24, and 24 to 25, and we average it. So we don't want to go back too far. We want to look at fairly recent trends, and we take a conservative model of just kind of averaging the cohort there. And what those do is those are your students as they progress through the grades, your established neighborhoods, which a majority of your district is that. Not much of any development in a lot of your areas. What happens to students as they progress 2nd to 3rd, 3rd to 4th, 9th to 10th, all the different grades? That's what the mobility factors do. And the last one is the development, where I told you we research your development. We either visit or contact the salespeople, talk to planners, get best guess estimates when certain projects might break ground. But that's always the little wild card on this is, we're just best guessing what might happen 3 years from now or 6 years from now. But we have a pretty good handle on the next 2 or 3 years for sure. So that all goes into our forecast. So just a few little tidbits here. The first snapshot on the left, when we collect your data, we send it back to the district on a verification form to look at the breakdown of student data. It's about 4 or 5 pages. This is just one page that the district can say, yes, that looks correct, literally signs off on it. This is essentially allowing us to make sure that there's no bad data or errors in there. We're very careful and very detail oriented when it comes to the data we collect. The second one is kind of a picture. It's not necessarily your district, but these represent what I described before, taking a record of a student address and mapping them along the street in which they live. There unlocks a whole list of different demographic and just analysis that we can do. In our report, we have a attendance matrix, which shows you the students attending a school but might live in a different area. You get to see kind of open enrollment trends, and those dots represent different colors, represent different years. So there's, again, 4 years of data that we usually go back and do our queries on. And lastly, the analysis part, I mentioned we break your district up into small neighborhoods that we call study areas. Those are those colored areas there. The numbers represent just an identifying code for that area. And we run, in this case, 398 separate forecasts. So for each of your almost 400 neighborhoods, if you will, we know how many kids are there, K through 12, and then we roll forecasts out for all the grades going out 7 years. So we have it at the neighborhood level, and again, all the way up to the district-wide as well. And this also is a tool with these study areas, not just your district, but obviously we work for a lot of different districts that are looking to change their attendance zones. We use these areas with these forecasts with our software tools to be able to move around some of those areas into another zone, and the numbers will change if you're looking to do boundary adjustments. This is another example of some of our tools that we have. We have all the student data, but a lot of times you're not allowed to really show the student points, especially zoomed in. There's FERPA, other laws. So we have the ability to do what we call heat maps or density maps. And this, by showing you the vast area your district covers, kind of does show you the pocket really of where the kids are. Most of the area in your district is mountainous, and there's our kids. It might be hard to see lighter blue. It fades to lighter blue as you go out, but you can kind of see literally I guess you could say almost right where your three zones all converge is kind of where the densest part of your students are. And you can kind of see for the most part, your main schools are in and around those where the students are living. This is not a forecast. This is just look at historical trends in your district with your 9-12 students for the last, you know what, I just realized, I don't know why, but I had more dates or something on here, but this is supposed to be the last, I guess, 12 years. I'm not sure why the last one didn't show up, but you can kind of see the trend. There have been a little bit of maybe blips here and there, but for the most part, really, your district has been declining for a number of years, and especially the last 3 or 4 as smaller grade classes enter your district from your feeders. This is another explanation on kind of why this has been happening. I only went back maybe to 2020 or students born in 2015, but this is the birth counts in your zip codes in your district area. And you can just kind of see let's say we do these for kindergartners. So they're born 5 years earlier. So looking at the data we had from 2024 back to 2015, you can kind of see the trends. Smaller kindergarten classes have been moving into your feeder districts, and ultimately, for a number of years now, they've been entering your district. So this is kind of the culprit, if you will, for California especially. We deal with school districts all across the country. This is a trend going on most everywhere. There are cities and states where there's a lot of growth, but in California, as you know, there's a lot of decline. Mostly is a result of the birth rates just being lowered, and therefore it's just as the population graduates out and ages, you bring in smaller grade classes. Another thing that we've added in the report this year is what we call a capture rate study. So we have the ability to get population estimates for your district area by grade. And then we also have your enrollment counts of the data you send us. Thus, the difference or the percentage here is what we call a capture rate. It is an estimate on the numbers that are living in your zone, where they're going, whether it's private, charter, parochial, another district. But you could see it's more or less in the low to mid 60s. For high school grades, that's not bad. It's getting a little bit honestly on the low side, but if I showed you these numbers for elementary grades, they tend to be a little higher, but you're getting a consistent about 64% capture rate. And we also bring in your non-resident or out of district kids in the last column. And I show you at the bottom your last 4 years of those. A lot of districts that are losing kids for whatever reason. Sometimes they do marketing campaigns to bring in the out of districts. All the districts in the state are fighting for those. And those are the numbers that from this last year you had attending one of your high schools. And then now we're getting the last part, which is the development information. These are the yield factors we've calculated for your district for the different levels. Remember, we bring in your feeder district data. So not only do we have their data, but your own. And these are the factors we apply to the development housing as they come in. So these have been dropping over the years, which frankly is another reason why you're not gaining the kids you would think with all the development. There's again another trend happening all over the state. There's a correlation between the cost of living or price of homes, rent, to the age and the number of students. It's what families are moving in, what are the demographics, what they can afford. And this has just been happening for years and years and years. So now as we explore these yield factors every few years, they do tend to drop. This is out of our report. These are all the projects that we anticipate starting or building during the next 7 years. There's 23 of them. Some of these are already active. There's more detail in our report, but about a little over 1,100 total units. Most of them actually are condos, townhomes. About a quarter of them are single family. Single family homes tend to generate the most students, but the more units you build of the multifamily, you could bring in students by the sheer number. And then I show the breakdown of those, most of them in numbers wise in San Pasqual, but also in the Escondido High School area and a little lower amount in Orange Glen. But you can see the distribution. We break it down by apartments, which are rentals, multifamily attached, which are condos, townhomes, and single family detached are your typical single family homes. And this is our forecast with doing all the factors we talked about. The first 4 columns are real numbers, meaning they're not a forecast. They're your historical numbers we talked about from October of 2025 is the current, and the previous 3 years. You can see the kind of the downward trend. And with our research, we found that it's going to continue, maybe not quite as much, but our forecast, and I compared it to last year's forecast, very similar. And I know some of you are probably going to ask me the accuracy of our forecasts. We traditionally, for our clients, we aim for plus or minus 1 to 2%. Most of those we hit. We compared it to this year's enrollment to what we forecasted last year. We were within 60 kids, which is just about 1%. And the later years of our forecast are very similar to last year, which means after years of doing this, it reproves that the trends are kind of looking at this level, which I'll move on to the summary here, which is my last slide. Mention that there's going to be still a decline. It's going to work out to be about 15% more over the next 7 years. They're breakdown in different of your threes. If we're looking at your 3 high school zones, it looks like Orange Glen's going to have the most area decline, followed by San Pasqual High School boundary and then Escondido High School. There are units in there, and there's just not enough of the housing to go to counter the aging of your area, of your number of students, of your neighborhoods. You're just, again, getting less kids from new development than years past. And the number of students coming into your 9th grade is just getting less and less. In our report, you can see that a little more clearly. But, again, I'm showing you the signs that things are just kind of going to be slightly declining for the next 7 years. And that's all I got, and I'll open up to any questions.
Yes, I've got a few questions. Is this being seen in other districts or other areas within Southern California?
Yes, absolutely. All over the state. Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned before that some districts are sort of doing marketing, trying to encourage enrollment into their communities. Is that correct?
I've heard of that. We don't do that for them, but yes.
Okay.
Or they do that after a result of maybe some of our presentations. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, they're trying to avert a potential decrease in enrollment. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're countering the decline by bringing in kids from outside their district. And some districts, it's amazing how many they bring in. There's some not quite as much, but yes, that's what they're trying to do. Eventually, and this has kind of been, I'll just be honest, kind of exposing some districts that have been doing that for a number of years, where maybe their enrollment has been stable. It finally has reached a point because, again, the housing prices, cost of living, and all the other districts scrambling to keep their kids, there's just some that are now being a little more exposed, showing that they're declining. You can't mask it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a couple items. It's interesting. Went onto the California Department of Education website just to see what they showed for number of students in our district, and they show 8,000. And it's just, you'd think the state would have accurate numbers. So I don't know how we have to get a hold of the state and let them know that they're wrong, but you guys know my opinion of the California Department of Education.
It could be including the charters. Sometimes there's a filter for the charters that we authorize.
That's a good one. Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah.
The heat map, very interesting. Is there a way that we could get the number of students you estimate that live in each of our districts? So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because that heat map basically shows that almost all the students live in the southern part of Christie's district, District 5, or my district, District 1.
Oh, you mean trustee zones? Yeah.
Yeah, trustee areas.
Yes,
Is there a way to get those numbers?
absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I guess you just send him the superintendent and he can forward it on to us. It's ironic that I have the smallest district, but I potentially could have the most students.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, sure.
I'll just comment that since I joined the board, when I first got on the board in approximately 2013, well, it was 2013, there were approximately 8,000 students. So yes, we've lost like 2,000 students in the time that I've been on the board. And that's a lot. That's a lot of kids. And so I know the board is very engaged on this topic and wants to see how the board can support efforts to be more involved in this rather than continuing to have discussions about declining enrollment and continuing to have to make difficult decisions. We need to be more actively engaged in doing what we can to make sure we are recruiting the students within our district that do live here that may not be attending. While you say that maybe that's average of 66% capture rate, to me, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. 66% at ninth grade, 64% across the board. But yeah, that's failing, right? It's like a D. So we need to be doing better to make sure that families know what we offer, know how good our schools are. The value of sending their kids to the schools that are part of the Escondido Union High School District, and provide options for families that work for families. And so I know there's a lot of good work happening, but we did have a early discussion last month about the potential of forming a subcommittee, and I am supportive of that. So I know there would need to be a little further discussion about what that board subcommittee makeup would look like. So I'm guessing at this time I would need to make a motion to establish a board subcommittee on enrollment growth, because we want to speak about what we want to have happen. So enrollment growth and innovation.
They second it.
Well, do we have is that the motion, or do you want a more detailed motion?
Do I need to make a more detailed motion?
No, I don't think you need a more detailed motion, but we do need to make it clear that this is a temporary ad hoc committee intended to meet on a very occasional basis over the next year to take a deeper dive into the data and to develop ideas to bring to the entire board about what we can do to increase the number of students in our district based on the analysis of the data.
Correct. Okay. So that would be the purpose of the subcommittee. So there's a motion and a second to establish a subcommittee. Are there interested board members who would be interested in serving on this subcommittee? I know I had mentioned rotating members through, and I want to make sure that that's something that other board members would be interested in, or perhaps what's considered to be a little more, I don't know what the proper term would be, but a little more common for subcommittees is to establish two temporary permanent members.
Right. I don't know if we need a motion, but I definitely would volunteer you and David.
Well, thank you. I would love to serve on it, of course, but I would also want to see if there's any other.
Hey,
board
what's
members
one
who
more
feel
committee,
strongly about
subcommittee?
this.
I'm on two other ones, so what the heck?
I'm happy to be on it too.
Okay, then.
And so if it were possible, I would really, really feel strongly about allowing all members to provide their input and expertise. So perhaps as you could rotating and seeing who, like, let's say who's available for certain meeting dates, and
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Yeah.
kind of like how we've done with the city subcommittee.
If,
Where
if we can't do that, Ryan, you would be a good candidate for a lot of
It
confidence.
would be good to establish which two will start off.
Okay, I nominate President Knight, and somebody else can nominate someone else.
I nominate Ryan.
good with that?
Fine with
Okay,
it.
so we'll attend the first meeting, and then the goal would be to come back to the board with an update and what happens in that first meeting, have a discussion about that, and then bring that back to the, have that discussion, then lead kind of the direction of the next meeting and that, and so on. So that's agreeable to everyone. Okay, then at this time, I would like to call for the vote. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
And board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you all for that.
President Knight and Superintendent, I'm going to interrupt. The student board members need to leave, and they need to know their gift.
We can share that with them tomorrow if they need to leave now.
Okay.
So this was a private board gift, so we'll take care of that.
God forbid the state find out.
Thank you. At this time, since it's 8 p.m., if we could take a short few-minute recess to have a bathroom break. And then our student board members, I know they need to leave. So at this time, at 8:02, we'll take a recess and return in hopefully 5. Oh, let's make it 10 minutes then. Thanks, David.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. I didn't forget about him, but.
That's right. We're taking a break. Oh, yeah.
to reconvene the meeting here at 8:11 p.m. We are now under section G on the agenda, which is the Educational Services Division. Item G1 is to approve field trips and conferences, and that was approved on consent. Bringing us to item G2, which is the Ethnic Studies Subcommittee update. And this is an informational item. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Casas to give us an update on that subcommittee.
Thank you, President Knight. Just wanted to provide an update for the board, given that this school year was the first year of the pilot implementation for the Ethnic Studies elective course. We met on April 24th as the Ethnic Studies Board Subcommittee, and in that meeting, in attendance, we had President Knight, Dr. Vincent, Kelly Grigsby, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Superintendent Peterson, and we had two piloting teachers, Ali Ardapple from Escondido High School and Jen Howard from Delago Academy, join us. We wanted to reconvene with the subcommittee just to provide some feedback from students on the pilot and to see how it's going. And so we were able to share with the subcommittee a survey that students took, and happy to report that 93% of the 200 plus ninth grade students surveyed said they would recommend ELA 9 ethnic studies to incoming ninth graders. And the other 6% who said no, they wouldn't, said because it was, quote, boring, repetitive, and pressure to complete assignments, and that it was too hard or rigorous.
And don't forget lame-o.
Right. Well, the quote
lame.
was low-key lame.
Oh, okay.
Low-key lame. So generally speaking, really good feedback from students. And then the teachers gave us some feedback as well, that it was one of the best courses they've ever taught, and two teachers come with 20 plus years of experience each, which was wonderful to hear. And they did propose some minor changes to the curriculum, mostly more emphasis on local indigenous history, which was well received. And what is next? The state has technically not made it a graduation requirement yet, since it has not provided funding. The governor's office has not funded it, therefore it is technically not a grad requirement. Therefore, in EUHSD, the course will continue to be offered as a pilot, as an alternate to English 9 for 26-27.
Thank you for the update. Because I was on the subcommittee, if I could add just a little bit more possibly. First, I'll say my freshman student did take this class as a pilot and really, really enjoyed the class. As a matter of fact, he asked me the other day, so what's happening with ethnic studies? And did you see my video? But he really enjoyed it. And so he was pleased to hear that it would continue on as a pilot. I think from my perspective, I think I say the writing's on the wall, but we know that this will ultimately become a graduation requirement. So we're heading in the right direction to continue to fine tune it. I think make some revisions based on feedback. And while we looked at the different options of what we could have done moving forward, to continue it as a pilot allows us the most flexibility to make any changes that need to be made without having to do curriculum revisions. So this definitely offers the most flexibility going forward. And just knowing word of mouth, I think students will share with one another, like they'll hear great things about the class. More incoming freshmen that start to take it, they'll continue to see some of the perspectives that they learned in that English 9 class throughout their English and other classes. So I think that was one of the key things we wanted to achieve out of this, was how do students see themselves more throughout all their throughout all curriculum. So this was a good place to put it, and I know it came with some debate. And again, I want to thank all those that were involved in the design and writing this curriculum. So thank you to everyone that worked on the whole first round and the second round, and is going to continue to work on it, but also encouraging as much professional development as needed. We the board is always supportive of professional development to make sure our students feel, our teachers feel prepared to teach this class going forward. David, do you have anything else you want to say about it?
Everything
Oh.
that I said.
I was reading your mind the whole time, so there.
But I am going to visit one of the classes
Good.
and visit the teachers and that, because they were very inspiring. Definitely. Thank
Very
you.
passionate about the
Yeah,
class. So.
absolutely.
Okay, and then that was an information item, so there's no action to be taken. Bringing us to item G3, which will have some action. We will be approving new courses this evening, careers in education and future educators and mariachi. And so I'll turn this over to Dr. Casas.
Yes, so the second read, no changes from last month's meeting. Courses have been piloted this year, so now they're up for a full approval. And we received both positive feedback from students that are participating in courses.
Okay, with that, do I have a motion to approve the new courses before us this evening?
So
Second. Oh, sorry.
Go for it, guys.
Okay, you did. You said it perfectly at the same time. So
So moved.
you're the move and
Trying to speak.
Vincent seconds. Okay. With that, all board members, please vote.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. So that brings us
And
to,
that was for mariachi as well.
yes.
That was so awesome tonight.
Yeah, that was great.
My parents honeymooned in Mexico City in 1958. And so my dad would always bring whatever restaurant anywhere in the US, he would bring the mariachis over to the table. So it gave me huge nostalgia. I was totally holding back tears. So thank you so much for getting that course approved.
And I'm wondering, was it coincidental that they performed today while we were approving? the course?
No, not at all.
We mentioned it last month when we went over the
did
first
kind of
read.
plan that. And it just gives us an opportunity to highlight some of the really cool classes that we do offer. So next item on our agenda is to approve the curriculum revisions for beginning art, intermediate art, and advanced art. So quickly, I'll turn it
Yeah,
over
this
to
is
Dr.
different than the previous item because these are just revisions to courses that previously existed: beginning art, intermediate art, and advanced art. Second read, no changes since last meeting. The changes align with the new California art standards.
With that, I will need a motion to approve the curriculum revision for you.
Motion approved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Board members, please vote. Aye.
Aye.
Dr.
Aye.
Casas again. Do you have to take beginning art to get to intermediate and intermediate to get to advanced?
Yes, they're sequential. Mhm.
Got it. And okay, I'll talk to you some stuff offline. Thanks.
Okay, that brings us to H, our human resources division section of the agenda. So item H1. Item H1 and H2 were both approved on consent. So item H3 is to approve memorandum of understanding between the Escondido Union High School District and the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association for certificated employee benefits. I'll turn this over to Sharon to give us some information on.
Thank you. Yes, I'm submitting this MOU between the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association and the district for approval. This MOU is being presented to formalize the negotiated increase to the benefit cap and also required contributions to the benefit reserve account. The agreement also authorizes a one-time payout in June to benefit eligible members from the reserve account.
Okay, thank you for that. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion in a second. I'd just like to make a comment on this if I could. So one of the things that we heard very, very loud and clear when ESTA was attending the meetings and providing public comment was how there was a lot of concern among the members related to their benefit increases, the cost of insurance, and what the individual employees will be, what those costs will be increasing going forward. So I know it was the intent of this board to make sure that it's intended, we heard you with that. That was part of what was negotiated. So I know with a one-time payout, that does reduce that amount that's in that benefit reserve account. It's just my hope that employees would consider that and make the appropriate savings, put things aside to make sure that they're able to weather those increases that we all know are coming forward, and truly what was intended with the amount that was allocated to that benefit reserve account. So it's just my hope that people don't go out and, I mean, you can do whatever you want with your money, obviously, if you want to go to Hawaii or whatever, but we do know that increases are coming, and it was very intended to, and we heard our employees about that concern. So with that, we do have a motion. Is any other board members want to say anything? Okay, we have a motion and a second. With that, board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. That is brings us to item 4, which is to approve the adoption of Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators. I'll turn this over to Sharon also.
Thank you. This is an annual item that is brought to the board each May. This annual form is required by the Commission on Teacher Credentialing so that the district may, if needed, employ teachers on emergency or limited assignment permits in high needs positions such as special education due to a shortage of fully credentialed teachers.
It's something we do regularly, so or routinely. Do I have a motion?
I move to adopt the resolution. Declaration.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and that brings us to item 5, which is to adopt the resolution R 2025-2026/32 to reduce the hours of or not reemploy certain classified employees for the 2026-2027 school year. And I will turn this over to Sharon again.
Thank you. Yes, this resolution is being presented to the board for adoption to reduce or discontinue classified services, including classified management, due to a lack of work and or lack of funds beginning in the 26-27 school year.
I move to approve.
Okay, we have
Adopt the resolution.
a motion. Have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion? Any discussion from the board?
One question I have is we met together in March, right, and talked about the initial, say, announcement of this with a certain number of hours and a certain number of employees that would need to be laid off, and now we have today's number as well. So what's the difference? What was the change over the last couple of months?
Yeah, so in March, at the March board meeting, the board approved the resolution or approved the initial resolution. At that point, that would have affected 19 employees that would have received layoff notices. Those employees would have been not only those maybe identified on the resolution itself, but also employees who may be affected by displacement or bumping rights as well. And so that's the number 19. Since that time, has been shared earlier today, some positions were rescinded. We also had some people who were in positions identified for layoffs that have moved into other positions or resigned from the district and moved to a position maybe outside of the district. And then again, like I said, some of those movements also allowed us to rescind for employees who were going to be bumped or displaced. So in total, since that time, we were able to reduce that 19 down to 12.
So when we say affected by this is a full layoff. 19, it was 19, now it's 12.
So it's a full layoff in the sense that, again, positions could be eliminated and also reduced, but then also people who have previously held positions in the district, if their position was being reduced or eliminated, have the right to bump into other positions. And so it's a trickle down or domino effect in that sense. So as shared, it was 19, it now has gone to 12. And if we were to break the 12 to figure out what we have remaining, 8 of those 12 employees, they bump into positions they previously held, and that leaves 4 people that do not have positions at the end of this.
So it was 19 and now it's 4.
19 people were initially laid off, or I should say 19 people received the notices. Of the 19, 4 employees will not have a position at the end of the year.
Thank you.
What would happen to the 4 employees that are, what would be their potential to be rehired should changes occur beyond today?
So they have the right to certainly apply for positions in the district. Any positions that we had vacant since the March board meeting, we flew those internally with the hope that people would be able to apply into those positions. So we still have vacancies right now that these people could apply if they're qualified for. We are still in the process of working with CSA on the impacts and effects of these decisions. So we haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, but that would be part of the conversation as well, how we best can support some of these people who, unfortunately, the 4 people that won't have a position.
I would also just like to really stress that we really pushed staff hard to work on this number. And I know last year also created a similar effect as last year because there were no reductions made. It was something we knew was going to be brought before us again this year. And I know staff worked really hard to make sure that we were able to get it down to a number like 4 rather than what we were faced with earlier this year. So I just want to thank the staff for the efforts of that. It does not eliminate, it doesn't take away the fact that 4 people will be impacted by this. I don't know if any other board members have comments.
I would say also that we don't take the decision lightly by any means. But also say that some of the data that we heard says that these are some decisions that we have to make. No, I don't think anybody enjoys those decisions and nobody wants to make those decisions, but at a certain point, those decisions need to be made. So it brings us to where we are now.
Is this actually open for discussion yet?
Yes, this is discussion.
Seconded? Okay. Because I mean, I see where we got from 19, we're down to 4. And while we say, hey, look, we got it down to 4, no, I want to get it down to 0. I mean, if we can save, these are 4 people who we could save. They're actually some of the people who are more on the bottom end of our schedule and our environment. And I can't see doing that at this time. And we've got so much extra in reserves. And I know it's tough, but you know, last week we had the LCAP student forums. On this page right here, Dr. Casas, you spent 3 minutes talking about counseling and future planning and support for students. What are we cutting here? Those positions. Most of the time was spent on that. Goal 1, academic achievement. We need BIAs. We're cutting BIAs. Bilingual instructional assistant.
Hold on. I didn't think we are. I mean, because it was the interpreter or the.
Yeah, the BIA is on the resolution, the bilingual instructional assistant, the position that we have brought forward is really a vacant position for a person that took the retirement.
I didn't hear
It's
all
here
that,
at the district office.
So 1 BIA? I just want to make sure I understood.
What we have is, it is a BIA who is not being replaced because they're retiring. We need the support though. I mean, that's what we are hearing. Goal number 2, we say, hey, look, we need TOSAs. We killed the TOSAs. Goal number 3, we need emotional support, CalSafe workers, wellness centers, additional counselor and counselor hours. We're cutting all that stuff. So I can't support this because it's not going along with our LCAP and what we're looking for. And I can't do this at this point, which different from last year, but
Mr. Attorney, I just want to clarify for the bilingual instructional assistant. Again, that's here at the District Service Center in our SOS PAD program. So that's a little bit different than I think our traditional BIA.
it also takes the load and puts it on other people who are probably stressed out too. So anyways, when we've got those reserves and we're trying to save 4 people who, you know, I don't believe that their salary is going to be that massive, that it would be that much of an impact, but that's my feeling on this.
Are there other comments from the board? I have a question. Okay, so I know we have a motion, we did have a second, so I'm just gonna ask the board members at this time, please vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Is that, those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay. So bringing us to item 6, which is to adopt resolution R 2025-2026/33 in the matter of notifying certain certificated employees of the decision to not reemploy or to reduce their hours for the 2026-2027 school year. And I'll turn it over to Sharon for explanation on this one as well.
Thank you. This resolution is being presented to the board for adoption to reduce or discontinue particular kinds of certificated services, including certificated management, beginning in the 2026-2027 school year.
Discussion, I would need a motion to approve this resolution.
I'll move to approve.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I do have a question just to clarify. One position is being impacted. However, that individual will continue employment with the district. Is that correct?
Correct. None of the certificated teachers lost their positions if this resolution is passed.
Okay, because I did hear comment during public comment that that a teacher would be let go if that individual returned to the classroom, but that's not how I understood it.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, if you recall, in March, we did temp releases. So temporary teachers are used to backfill for teachers who may be funded with the one-time monies or categorical, or if they're out on a leave of absence. So the teacher that was being referred to was a temporary teacher.
Okay, so we had a teacher that was in a temporary assignment through grant funding, and we brought in a temp teacher to fill that role. And so when this teacher returns back to the classroom, that would release the temp teacher.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So yes.
And then the temp teacher that's being released has the potential to be rehired through other vacancies that may occur from other.
The temporary teacher could apply for vacancies in our district. It's the very common thing to have temporary teachers to backfill for teachers that are on leaves of absences or categorically funded or like one-time funds. And so that's why we're able to do that in March, so that could happen.
Okay. Have any comments or questions from the board on this?
Were there any temp teachers that you were able to pull back as well? Let's say in terms of between March and now?
Yes, we have been able to pull back some of our temporary teachers in certain subject areas.
You have a ballpark number here?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can tell you it's, it's more than a few.
From the board. Okay, at this time, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, that brings us to the next section on our agenda, which is the Business Services Division. And it looks like items 1 through 7 were approved on consent, which brings us to item 8, which is approve annual authorizations and adopt resolutions R 2025-2026/34, R 2025-2026/35, R 2025-2026/36, and R 2025-2026/37 for the school year 2026-27. And I'll turn it over to Amanda to explain further.
Yes, these are our annual authorizations and resolutions you see every year. These are to receive our mail, pick up our warrants from the county office, sign payroll, sign commercial warrants, and replace warrants. Routine business. Okay.
I'll move to approve.
Motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Let's see, item 9 is to adopt resolution R 2025-2026/38 for intra-budget transfers at close of 2026-2027 school year. And I'll turn this over to Amanda as well.
Yep, so Ed Code requires us to bring this resolution annually to the board. So we get to close at the end of the fiscal year, prepare our financial books, and if necessary, make any transfers between funds, major object codes to balance out our books.
I'll move to approve.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes. That brings us to item 10, which is in follow-up to an item that we carried over from last month or had a second on or whatever, came back from last month. It's a public hearing and adoption of resolution R 2025-2026/31 to increase level 1 statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Ed Code 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. We had a presentation on this last month. Turn it over to you again, I guess. Oh, I have to have the public hearing first. Got it. Okay. Real quick, yeah, just on what exactly.
Yeah, so we had as you mentioned, we had the developer fee justification report presentation. This is for a second reading and for your consideration. We do have the full report and presentation in front of you if you need a quick refresher or skim. A reminder, we shared a variety of information, such as the fact that the district has not increased our developer fees since November of 2018. The report also shared that our recent approved facility master plan now provides the updated data needed to support this action. The justification report shows the future residential and commercial development creates facility impacts for the district, and that the proposed fee increase would help offset a portion of those costs. The funds would support our ongoing efforts to maintain and extend the useful life of our facilities to ensure that our campuses remain places that attract and serve future students.
Okay, so now I will hold the public hearing beginning at 8:40 p.m. And do I have anyone here who wishes to speak?
Only the public, right?
Only the public. Yeah, we'll have an opportunity for discussion after the public hearing. I don't see anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this particular item. And just for the record, we did not have anyone here speaking on the item last month. I did not hear anything from the community or from the developer industry on this either way. So I'm just putting that on the record as well. And with that, we'll close the public hearing at 8:41 p.m. And with that, we would need a motion to, is it adopt or approve?
Adopt the resolution.
Adopt the resolution.
I move to adopt the resolution. I second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution before us.
I had a question. So based on what I see from last meeting now, we're basically increasing the assessment from $5.17 to $5.38 per square foot residential development. So basically 21 cents per square foot. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
No, that's the allowable amount that the state allocation board took it from $5.17. That's the current maximum. And now the new maximum is $5.38. Yes, that's
so basically
but we because we haven't raised our rates since 2018 are far below the current maximum.
What are we at?
Our portion is going, so we have a fraction. So we're going from 193 to 275 in the EUHSD area. And then we're going from 126 to 179 in the San Pasqual area on the residential, which is biggest piece, which I think is
We're going from 193 to 275.
correct. We're basically paying catch up from 2018.
Okay. I did the math. I mean, we've had declining enrollment of about 20% in that period. I mean, do we deserve asking new homeowners to give us more money when it doesn't look like they're actually putting their kids in our schools? I mean, I just thought I'd pass on some logic that I might want to be discussing here.
I would also say that new homeowners who are buying a new property, a new home in the area, they buy it in this area because either they can afford it or because it's a great school. Right. So our goal is to use this money to create a great district, and facilities are a big part of that. Money for facilities.
And I absolutely agree with you on that. Also,
Times those new homeowners are having kids.
yeah.
I would remind the board that the purpose of the increase is to keep up with the inflation rate in construction costs. So our costs for all of the construction projects we do, building costs are going up, the materials, the labor, et cetera. So we're just trying to keep up with inflation in order to complete the projects that we use these funds for.
Well, I'll say it this way. I will vote for this, but let's make the school district amazing. That's all I can say. We will find the money. Let's do this.
Here.
I agree. I think our innovation, enrollment
growth and
team will
innovation.
definitely get us there.
I'm gonna hold you to that, David.
You can count on it.
Also say that it is hard to say, a few motions ago to say we're going to let people go, but now we're excited about raising money at the same time. Although this money is specifically for facilities, which is different.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have to vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that Resolution passes.
I will say that people are willing to pay up for houses. I was helping a family that they made an offer on a house, it'll remain nameless, in Escondido here. They offered 830 and it went for over 900. So it's not like there's still not a ton of demand to move up here. So let's give them the school district that they deserve.
Under District Operations, Section J. J1 is to adopt recommended revisions in Board Policy 6175 under Educational Services. I'll turn this over to Dr. Casas.
Thank you, President Knight. It's a second read, no changes since the last time we met. Changes reflect recommendations from CSBA.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I move to adopt the revisions.
Adopt.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And item J2 is a first reading, so no action this evening. It's a first reading on recommended revisions in Administrative Regulation 1312.3 under Human Resources. And I'll turn this over to Amanda, I guess. No? Who's this one? Oh, Human Resources. What am I thinking? Not tonight. Not tonight. All right, that's you, Sharon.
Thank you. I'm happy to give it to Amanda too. This is being presented to the board for a first reading. Under the current board policy, there's language in there that allows the complainant to appeal the compliance officer's decision to the board. If the complainant remains dissatisfied following the board's decision, then they may appeal to the California Department of Education. So the proposed revision would eliminate the local board appeal step, allowing the complainant to appeal directly to the CDE after the compliance officer's decision. This change, it does align with CSBA language and it reflects the standard practice in most school districts.
Thank you for research on that and aligning that to standard practice across most districts. I'll need it. Oh wait, we're not taking action tonight, so that will come back next month for adoption. Bringing us to board member reports and comments. So I know I always start down there with you, Mr. Weller.
Well, let's continue.
Okay.
As I've said many times in closed session recently, with all the hard work that the administration has been doing, our district is completely going in the right direction. The programs, the testing, the grading, the teachers, the interactions we're having with the elementary district to sync up so that students passed on to us are prepared to enter our district. This district has come a long way. So have I, by the way, in the 3 years that I've been sitting here. And I just really am excited to run for re-election again this year and to continue on with the direction this board is going. And I just appreciate everybody's effort in the district, everyone in the teachers and classified and just everybody that works here. I can see we're all moving in the same direction. So it's really an honor to be part of this team.
And I'll just have to say ditto on that. I love being here too. It's been great. And I've got no real report tonight. Pass it on. Thank you. Yeah, I've got a couple questions in that and I'll do my report. The 4 individuals that we let go today, will there be an opportunity if there's openings? Will you guys let them know if there's skill sets that fit those positions?
Again, with any vacancies that we have, we've been flying them internal, and certainly they would be getting those postings as they're flying in the district. So we would allow them the intention behind flying it internal is to give them or anybody in our district the first shot at it before we fly it externally. Based on the motion that was done tonight, anybody who does not have a job at the end of this, they go on what's called the 39-month reemployment list. Yeah. And so they would have rights to their position if it were to be restored for 39 months. And so they continue, I guess, in a way, still get postings and they can apply to them if they are qualified. They obviously have to go through the testing and meet some of the minimum qualifications.
Thank you. So I know tonight was very difficult decision and that because nobody wants to see somebody lose their jobs. And that I've been there myself in my earlier career and it doesn't feel good. But after reviewing the enrollment data and long-term financial projections, I have to believe this action is necessary in protecting the district's long-term stability and continue supporting our students and our educational programs. So that's all I have to add tonight. And I wanted to thank Principal Jacob for doing a great job in presenting in that. So thank you.
The one thing that I'll add for tonight is I know the expenses that are not related to personnel are by far the minority associated with instead of personnel expenses. But I did appreciate Juan Vargas's comments about reaching out to the general staff on areas that they can save money to help prevent decisions like this for future years. We sat through a couple presentations and continually have this conversation about declining enrollment, and we kind of know that means that we have to make decisions like today, which are unfortunate. But at the same time, if we can find ways to find that money elsewhere throughout the operations of the district, I'd say that's a great way to crowdsource some information from the district in this person. That's all I have for today.
Thank you, and I'll echo your comment about I think it'd be great to work with a committee, collaborative committee with both of our labor partners to start to identify areas where we can reduce costs going into the future, because we know we've reached a cliff. I think that's what it's been referred to as. There was a period of time during the COVID years where we were seeing a significant amount of money coming into the district, and our enrollment was still declining, and that has changed dramatically. So a lot of that funding has gone away. And so we're faced with, like I said, it's been 2,000 students that we've lost over the years that I've been on the board. And I've only been faced with a difficult decision like this twice. And so if you put that into perspective, the number of students we've lost versus the amount of employees we've been able to retain, I'm not patting us on the back. I'm just saying that we've done everything we can to maintain our staffing levels because we care about our employees. So, but at some point, there's that term, you have to right the ship or whatever, right the size of the ship. And so I know that that's part of it, what we're trying to do here. And one of our number one jobs when we're elected into this seat is to be strong fiscal stewards of taxpayer dollars. And so that is our main intent with this decision this evening. And again, we know it does impact lives. And thank you to staff for all the work you did to make sure it impacts the least amount of people tonight. And with that, I know we have a lot of this is an exciting time of the year. There's a lot of fun events coming up to celebrate our students, celebrate our staff. And I know Superintendent Peterson probably has some of those things to mention, but I know a retirement celebration we have a lot of employees that will be celebrating as part of our retirement celebration this year. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Peterson to give some of these updates.
Thank you. This evening, I'd like to take a moment for my own part to thank our student board members once again for their service. I wish the best to Hannah, who will be going to USC, and to Nathan, who will be going to Cal State San Marcos. I know they'll do amazing things, and we look forward to hearing about their accomplishments down the road. We have much to celebrate, from staff recognitions to student events. Thank you to our board members for joining Cabinet and me last week as we visited our school sites and served nachos, thanking all staff for their hard work and dedication. I look forward to celebrating the class of 2026 at our comprehensive sites and Del Lago on June 10th. And then again at Valley High School the day before that on June 9th. And we have the adult school commencement on May 28th. In the meantime, don't forget to thank our teachers on California Day of the Teacher tomorrow, and our classified staff as we celebrate Classified School Employees Week from May 17th through May 23rd. With that, I wish everyone a good night.
Thank you. We have some dates to remember. It looks like May 25th will be the Memorial Day holiday, which everyone should be enjoying a long weekend. All schools in the district office will be closed. Let me open my screen here because it's not quite showing up. Looks like May 28th, as Superintendent Peterson mentioned, is the Escondido Adult School graduation at the California Center for the Arts at 7 p.m. That's May 28th. June 9th, again, Valley High School graduation, 6 p.m. June 10th. Our comp sites graduation at different times: Del Lago 7 p.m., Escondido High School 6:30, Orange Glen High School 6:30, and San Pasqual High School 6:30. June 16th will be the special board meeting of the Board of Education here in this room. Closed session beginning at 5 p.m., open session at 6 p.m. June 23rd will be the regular meeting of the Board of Education with closed session beginning at 4:30 and open session at 6 p.m. here again in this room. We do not have any remaining public comment on the agenda this evening. We do not have anything to go back into closed session to discuss. So we will adjourn this meeting at 8:57 p.m. Thank you.
New record. New record.
Same for the list.